Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first nature boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Crissy Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin Headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have 200 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks!
Hey everybody, my name is Miss B, and today we are going to be continuing the work we've been doing as playwrights, okay? So playwriting is very, very important because it guides the actor once they are on stage and in performance mode. So as we playwright, we are giving ourselves tips and tricks to use when we are speaking and performing. So it's really important that we revise our work. So today we're going to be talking about revising and what that even means. So revising is basically a fancy way of saying that you're rereading what you've written and making edits or changes. You can change words, you can change sentences, you could take out things, add in things, whatever you want. But it's your chance when you are revising your work to basically look at what you've done and see if it's actually becoming what you want it to be, okay? So we have written 2 things so far. Do you remember what those things are? Okay, some of you remember, that is great. So we wrote a poem inspired by Eloise Greenfield's Honey I Love, and then we also wrote a speech about what we dream of, the changes that we dream to become reality. So we're going to look at those 2 pieces of writing, and we're going to revise them thinking about these 6 tips or tools, okay? So revising is kind of like being a detective. So let's have everyone put on their detective hats, put on your detective sunglasses, and we're going to be looking at our writing with a magnifying glass. We're going to look really, really close to make sure that we are finding these 6 things, okay? So when you are revising your work, you're looking for some sort of feeling trail, a feeling trail. A trail is something that leads you to a certain place, and a feeling trail is something that when you read it, it makes you have a strong emotional reaction. And that is an opportunity for when we're revising to change what we're saying or make it more specific or more dramatic or poetic so our reader really understands what we're trying to say. So let's talk about these revision clues. The first thing that we want to make sure we're looking for when we revise is we want to make sure that the opening sentence is something that hooks in our reader. That means that it's something that's really interesting or surprising, but basically something that when I read it, it's going to make me want to keep reading more, okay? So that's the first thing. We want to make sure that that first sentence really hooks in our reader. The second thing is details. Details. Details are so important because details really help us describe exactly what it is that we're thinking in our minds. Words are so powerful, And you can use words to say things that will really make people do things. So your words aren't just words out of your mouth. Your words translate to actions. So we want to make sure that we're being detailed in what we're saying, so what we really want people to do comes across in a clear way and they can understand our thoughts. The third one is using action verbs and present tense. Action verbs and present tense. Have you ever heard of that? What do you think those phrases mean? An action verb and using the present tense. Well, an action verb is a verb that describes something that someone is doing right now, or something that that person has just done. So an action verb, for example, could be, she ate all of her food. She ate all of her food. That's like, using an action verb because we're seeing that she's eating, okay? And then present tense is when we're speaking using words that relate to right now. So saying she ate her food is the past tense because it means she's already done that. But if we say she eats her food, that means it's something that she's eating right now. So she's doing that right now. So that's using the present tense and action verbs, okay? The fourth thing we want to look out for is dialogue. We want to look in our writing for opportunities to insert dialogue. And a dialogue is when you quote something that someone already says. So for example, if I wanted to quote the word verbs in this, I would put a comma here, add quotes here, and add quotes here. Okay? And these quotes help me as a reader to know that someone said this. Okay? So usually after or right before a quote, we name the person that is saying that thing. All right? So that's dialogue. Quoting things that people say. The fifth thing we want to look for is to make sure that we're showing and not telling. So instead of me telling you, I went to the store yesterday and I spilled eggs all over the aisle, I could show you that experience by saying, imagine yourself walking down the aisle in a grocery store and you pick up a carton of eggs, the one thing that you needed from the grocery store. And just as you turn to put the eggs in your basket, someone accidentally bumps into you and you drop all of those eggs onto the floor. They crash and splatter all over the aisle. So showing what is going on using descriptive language is a much more interesting way to tell a story rather than just saying this happened and this happened and this happened. I can show you using imagery and fancy language to really show what happened instead of just tell you what happened. The last thing we are going to be looking for is opportunities to incorporate more figurative language. Figurative language. What does that mean? What is figurative language? What do you think? That's a great guess. Basically, figurative language helps us to show and not tell. Figurative language helps us to say things in creative ways that may add extra meaning or understanding for the reader as they're reading or hearing what you wrote. Now I'm going to give you some examples of figurative language. In one of our poems, we used one type of figurative language. Do you remember what it was? We have used similes before, okay? And a simile compares two things using the word like or the word as. So last time we worked on simile, we only looked at comparing things using the word like. But right here you can see an example of a simile that uses the word as cold as ice. So we see this comparison word here and here, as cold as ice. So because it used the word as to compare coldness to ice, that makes it a simile. Okay? I could say, that burrito was hot like a fire. Hot like a fire. Using that word like. So that could also be a simile. Hot like fire. Alright? So similes compare using like or as. A metaphor, on the other hand, uses tangible, real things to make comparisons. So a metaphor won't say, you're as cute as a puppy. A metaphor would say, you are so cute, you are a puppy. So it says you are something. Sometimes metaphors use the word is. So an example of a metaphor is, his tears were a river. His tears were a river. So they didn't say his tears were like a river, because if they said his tears were like a river, that would be a simile. But we were talking about metaphors. So if you're writing a metaphor, you would say, his tears are a river, or his tears were a river. So you're not using the word like. It's much more like definite, like you were making a stance on this thing, okay? So these are two examples of simile and metaphor. And again, this is called figurative language. Let's look at two more examples of figurative language. So we also have hyperboles and personification. Hyperbole is basically when you're being super dramatic, okay? A hyperbole is an exaggerated statement that people use for emphasis, okay? Emphasis is like where you want to put extra focus on. So an example of hyperbole is, I am so hungry, I could eat a horse. I'm so hungry, I could eat a horse. Do you think someone could really eat a whole horse? No, definitely not. That's silly. We can't eat a whole horse. But we may say that so you can really understand how hungry I am. Okay? So I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. That's a dramatic statement. That's a hyperbole. Okay? Let's look at personification. A personification describes non-human things like a table or paper, a shoe, a marker, things that are not human, using human characteristics. For example, lightning danced across the sky. Lightning danced across the sky. Is the lightning really dancing? Are they doing the nay-nay or something? No, the lightning is not dancing. The lightning is flashing in the sky because that's what lightning does. It's in nature, right? But to us, we may use personification to explain what lightning is doing with human characteristics, like dancing. Humans dance. But we can say, to use figurative language, that lightning danced across the sky. So these are just some examples of figurative language. So I'm going to put these clues up right here next to our board so we can start making some edits to the poetry that we've already written before. So let's put this stuff up. We have our revision clues. We have our simile and metaphor cheat sheet. And we have our a monologue, because it's one person talking. So when we talk about poetry, speeches, and monologues, all of those can be the same things, but they don't have to be the same things. So remember, when we are editing, that we want to make sure that we have in mind what our goals are for our writing. Is your goal for this to be a poem? Is your goal for this to be a speech that is poetic? Is your goal for this to be a performance on stage in front of an audience? You get to decide exactly what it is. But here, we're going to look at each of these as a monologue, because poetry and speeches are both examples of monologue. So we're going to start off with a poem that we wrote inspired by Eloise Greenfield, okay? So I'm going to read through this poem, and while I'm reading, I want you to think about how we could use our revision clues and some figurative language to revise and make some changes to what we've already written. So you at home can take out your poetry and the things that you've written with me, and you can go through yours using these techniques. Is the first sentence super interesting? It's very detailed? Are you making clear points? Are you saying what you really want to say? So we're going to look at all these things and make some edits, and I'll be writing in different colors so you can see, okay? Let's get started. So this is what we have with no edits. I love a lot of things. I love my family like the ocean loves the shore. I like the way my grandma's cooking floods the air. But honey, let me tell you that I love being wrapped in love. Oh, I love a lot of things. Like, I love nature like a tree loves to grow. I like the way the air fills my lungs, but honey, let me tell you that I love the tickling grass in my toes. I love a lot of things, like bright holes in the blanket of the night sky. I like the way my wishes bounce from star to star, but honey, let me tell you that I love the glittering sky. I love a lot of things, like the sun sleeping on the ocean floor. I like the way the watercolors paint the sky, but honey, let me tell you that I love watching the sun kiss the water. So this is the poem that we've written so far. And remember, poems don't always have to rhyme. They don't have to rhyme. So this is our poem. We want to make sure that the first thing we say when we write anything is something that's going to hook in our audience. So here the first thing we write is I love. I love a lot of things. Do you think that's a very interesting first sentence? Nah, not so interesting. Well, what could we do, or what could we add to make this first sentence super interesting for our reader, to really hook them in? You could say something that's really surprising, or something that's controversial, something everyone doesn't agree with. What could we say? Our poem is about what we love and all the reasons why we love it. So what if we started off by saying something that we hate? What do you think about that? Maybe? So I'm going to move our poem onto a blank sheet of paper. This is our next poem. We're going to do this one first. So I'm going to move this onto this piece of paper so that we have room to make some edits. So I'll make some edits up here and on the side. So this first sentence, I love a lot of things. I love my family like the ocean loves the shore. What can we say about hate if we're going to spend this whole poem talking about love? What if we say, my heart could never hate love? That's kind of like a weird sentence. That may make the reader be like, your heart could never hate love. Well, duh, does anyone's heart really hate love? So that could get the reader to think and ask questions and want to read more into your paper. So I'm going to add that. My heart could never hate love. I love. I love a lot of things. I love my family like the ocean loves the shore. What example of figurative language is that? We use the word like. So it's a simile. Very good. I like the way my grandma's cooking floods the air. Floods the air. My grandma's cooking floods the air. What is that an example of? Exactly, that's a metaphor because it's saying that your grandma's cooking is flooding the air. And cooking doesn't really flood the air because that would mean that there's like macaroni and cheese everywhere, and that doesn't make sense. But we can say that cooking is flooding the air because we're using figurative language. Let's pause and talk about cooking. What else could we say about cooking? About family cooking? What could we say about the utensils that are used to serve the food? Or the plates that hold all of the food? Maybe we can write a personification that describes what the plates are feeling that is holding all of this delicious food. So maybe I'll say, every plate on the table screams for us every plate on the table screams for us to come get it. So we were able, by adding this after this sentence, to add a personification of the plate screaming. It may be kind of a hyperbole because it's dramatic. And also add some dialogue by saying that the plates are screaming, come get it. Are the plates really screaming? No, not really. But they're hot. And they're carrying the food from my grandma's kitchen to my belly. So they're screaming, come get it. But honey, let me tell you that I love being wrapped in love. That's a lot of times saying love. What's a way that we could change the word love and replace it with something else? What's another word that you can use to say love? There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of different kinds of feelings of love that you may have. Maybe it's that you admire something, or that you feel infatuated with something, like you need it. Or it could be that you are obsessed with something. You really, really want it. So when we talk about here, I love being wrapped in love, we could say, I'm obsessed with being wrapped in love, or I crave being wrapped in love. What should we write instead of love? I blank being wrapped in love. Those are great ideas. I'm going to choose to say that I am infatuated with being wrapped in love. Infatuated is like, I can't get enough of this thing. Like, I'm just all up in it. I want to be wrapped in love all the time. So I'm going to write, I am infatuated with being wrapped in love. I love a lot of things. Like, I love nature like a tree loves to grow. I love nature like a tree loves to grow. Where do you think that tree is growing to? This may be an opportunity for us to add some more details. I love nature like a tree loves to grow. Where? Like trees like to grow in the redwoods all the way up to the sky? Or like trees like to grow in a cozy, spacious backyard, spreading my limbs everywhere I want? How does this tree grow? I like the redwoods too. I love nature like a tree loves to grow. I'm gonna add a box here so I know to come over here. I love nature like a tree loves to grow, touching the sky in the redwoods. The redwoods is a place that has huge, ginormous trees that reach all the way up to the sky. Ginormous trees. So the love that I have for nature is the same love that trees have when they reach up to the sky and try to grow. Let's keep going. I like the way the air fills my lungs, but honey, let me tell you that I love the tickling grass in my toes. I love the tickling grass in my toes. Instead of using the word tickling to describe the grass, I'm going to use a personification to say that the grass is tickling, okay? So I'm going to cross this out. I love the way the grass tickles my toes. And that's saying I love the way the grass tickles my toes is different from saying I love the tickling grass in my toes. See how that's different? So you get to play with how you word things, how your sentences are formed and structured, because you can edit your writing as much as you want to make it exactly what you want to say. And the more you edit and revise and work on things that you've written, the better writer you will become. I promise. All great playwrights revise and revise and revise their work. Let's keep going. I love a lot of things, like bright holes in the blanket of the night sky. I like the way my wishes bounce from star to star. And what are the wishes doing? I like this. This pulled me in with my emotions. I like the way my wishes bounce from star to star. So I'm gonna draw a star here, so I know that when I get to this point, I'm gonna come over here and read this note. Just like we drew the square here and here, so I know when I'm reading through this and I get to the square, I inserted this sentence here. So I want to figure out a way to talk more about how it feels to watch my wishes bounce from star to star? Is it a good thing that they're bouncing? Is it a bad thing because stars are supposed to keep your wish and make it come true? What do you think? Where do your wishes go when you wish upon a star? I like the way my wishes bounce from star to star, always reminding me that the future is not too far. I love a lot of things, like bright holes in the blanket of the night sky. I like the way my wishes bounce from star to star, always reminding me that the future is not too far. Because the more you wish, the more you are seeing and envisioning and thinking about what you want to happen. That's something called manifestation. Manifestation. The more you speak and believe something will happen, the more likely it will come true. So I talked about my wishes bouncing from star to star as something that helped me feel like I was closer to reaching my dreams. Let's keep going. But honey, let me tell you that I love that glittering sky. I love a lot of things, like the sun sleeping on the ocean floor. When the sun is sleeping on the ocean floor, what is the moon doing? If the sun is sleeping on the ocean floor, where do you think the moon is? What's the opposite of the ocean floor? Yeah, exactly. The sky. So, in this last part of my poem, I'm talking about sunsets and nighttime. So that the sun sleeping on the ocean floor, now I want to add to this personification of the sun sleeping and say something about what the moon is doing. What do you think the moon does? What's a personification that we can label for the moon? What do you think? Yeah, that's a great idea. So the moon is super bright, but it changes sizes. So maybe the moon is giving themselves a haircut. Maybe the moon is shining a flashlight through a hole in a blanket. Maybe the moon is on fire and it's just beaming, and that's why it's so bright. There's so many different things that we can say the moon is doing. I'm going to choose to write that, like the sun is sleeping on the ocean floor, the moon slowly crawls into the night sky. Like the sun sleeping on the ocean floor, the moon slowly crawls into the night sky. I like the way the watercolors paint the sky, but honey, let me tell you that I love watching the sun kiss the water. Let's see what we can say about watercolors painting the sky. Are watercolors painting the sky? Or is someone or something painting the watercolor onto the sky? Where do you think the sunset comes from? So I'm going to add more details to this sentence. I like the way the watercolors paint the sky. I'm gonna say, I like the way, I'm gonna draw an arrow here, like this. I'm gonna write Mother Nature. I like the way Mother Nature uses watercolors on the sky. I like the way Mother Nature uses watercolors on the sky. See how that was more specific? So now we know where the watercolors are coming from and who is choosing what colors to paint in the sky. The last sentence is, honey, let me tell you that I love watching the sun kiss the water. I love watching the sun kiss the water. What kind of figurative language is that? Personification, because kissing is something that humans do, but we're saying that the sun and the ocean are also doing it. So maybe I could add to this by saying, let me tell you that I love watching the romance of the sun kissing the water. I love watching the romantic, what? What does romantic mean? Romantic is like, you're in love and everything's good. So I think the sun is in love with the water during every sunset. So I'm gonna add to this that I love watching the romantic dance. The romantic dance that begins as, I love watching the romantic dance that begins as the sun kisses the water. The romantic dance that begins as the sun kisses the water. So when the sun is setting and it finally touches the water, that is the kiss that begins the romantic dance of all the different watercolors in the sky that Mother Nature is painting. Oof, that was a lot of revising, So now I'm gonna read it without our revision, or any revision, and then I'm gonna read it one time through with the edits that we made. I love a lot of things. Like I love my family, like the ocean loves the shore. I like the way my grandma's cooking floods the air, but honey, let me tell you that I love being wrapped in love. I love a lot of things. Like I love nature, like a tree loves to grow. I like the way the air fills my lungs, but honey, let me tell you that I love the tickling grass in my toes. I love a lot of things. Like bright holes in the blanket of the night sky. I like the way my wishes bounce from star to star, but honey, let me tell you that I love that glittering sky. I love a lot of things, like the sun sleeping on the ocean floor. I like the way the watercolors paint the sky, but honey, let me tell you that I love watching the sun kiss the water. Now let's hear what we wrote with our edits. So that was without all of our edits. That was just the brown words. Now we're going to read it with the purple words too. My heart could never hate love. I love a lot of things. Like I love my family, like the ocean loves the shore. I like the way my grandma's cooking floods the air. Every plate on the table screams for us to come on and get it. But honey, let me tell you that I am infatuated with being wrapped in love. I I love a lot of things, like I love nature, like a tree loves to grow, touching the sky and the redwoods. I love the way the air fills my lungs, but honey, let me tell you that I love the way the grass tickles my toes. I love. I love a lot of things, like bright holes in the blanket of the night sky, like the way my wishes bounce from star to star, but honey, let me tell you that I love that glittering sky. I love. I love a lot of things, like the sun sleeping on the ocean floor, the moon slowly crawls into the night sky. I like the way Mother Nature uses watercolors on the sky, but honey, let me tell you that I love watching the romantic dance that begins as the sun kisses the water. See, editing and revising your work will go a long, long, long way. Awesome. Okay, let's take the rest of our time together to check out this other poem that we wrote. So this was the Honey I Love poem that was inspired by Miss Eloise Greenfield. We edited that. Now let's take some time to edit what we wrote inspired by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s book, the one that we read last time we were here on Tuesday, okay? I have a dream that one day no one will be hungry here. What first sentence can we add to this so it's grabbing the reader immediately? What could we add? I'm gonna write these edits in orange this time. I have a dream that one day no one will be hungry here. What if we say something about like everyone having so many dreams, but no one wanting to hear about them? We could say, I'm tired of silent dreams. I'm tired of silent dreams. I have a dream that one day no one will be hungry here. That day, everyone will smile from ear to ear. Today, too many tummies are empty like a hollow drum, but one day, each hollow drum will be filled with yum. Let's just start there, this first stanza. So, I want to take this sentence by sentence and make it as clear as I can, as clear as I can. I have a dream that one day no one will be hungry here. That day, everyone will smile from ear to ear. What's a different word that we can use instead of smile? What's a different word we can use instead of smile? You can write grin. You can write stretch their mouth. Like you could you could write whatever you want to explain smile. But for me, instead of saying smile, I'm gonna say everyone will lift their cheeks instead of saying smile, I'm going to say lift their cheeks into a grin. Lift their cheeks into a grin. That's a very much more detailed way to say this one word. Let's keep going. Today, too many tummies are empty like a hollow drum. Are empty like a hollow drum. But one day, each hollow drum will be filled with yum. What's a different way that we can say hollow? We've used hollow. Hollow means nothing's inside of it. Like a pumpkin. Pumpkins are pretty hollow besides the seeds. And we've already said empty. But one day, each blank drum will be filled with yum. do you think? How might an empty drum feel? That's a great idea. I'm gonna write lonely. One day each lonely drum will be filled with young. Let's go to the next stanza. I have a dream that one day everyone will have a home with a rug. That day, every child will be warm and snug. Today's streets are a home to mothers, sons, fathers, and daughters, but one day, family trees will be protected instead of slaughtered. So let's take this. How can we condense that, make it smaller, simplify? I'm going to take out this word instead, and I'm going to write not. Protected, not slaughtered. I'm going to take out of too and add a comma. That means you're going to pause and say the rest. Okay? Let's see. How else could we simplify this? Today, streets are a home to mothers, sons, fathers, and daughters. Streets are a home. Streets are a home to mothers, sons, fathers, and daughters. What if we say, what is another way we can describe streets being a home? Streets, I'm going to take this out, and I'm going to write here. Today, streets carry, which is a personification because a street is not a human, but we're saying that a street is carrying something, okay? So we're going to say today's streets carry invisible homes. So instead of saying the streets are a home, we can say that the streets are carrying invisible homes. That lets us know that those homes are not actually there, but these people are still occupying and being in that space. Let's go to the next stanza. I have a dream that one day sickness will be gone and at rest. What's another way that we can say be gone? Those are great suggestions. So you could say one day sickness will die, which is kind of ironic and weird because sickness can't die, but we can say that. We can say one day sickness will disappear. One day sickness will vanish. What should we say? Let's do vanish. Vanish. Vanish means poof, disappear. That day, all of the hospital workers will finally get to undress. Today, fear and anxiety flow around us like water, but one day sickness will evaporate like water. I have a dream that one day police will be at peace for more than a year. That day, black bodies will walk without fear. Today, our people are falling like flies, but one day, our hopes and dreams will finally fly. So there's so many different edits that we can make for anything that we are writing. I'm going to stop there so we have time to talk more about what you're going to do with what you wrote at home. So I would love to see what you've been creating. So anything that you've written, if you want to email it to me or record yourself, even better, and send us a video of yourself performing what you've created. We would love to see it and include you in our showcase. We have a summer showcase, and you reading your monologues, performing your monologues with strong emotions is exactly what we want to include in our summer showcase. We also want to invite you to submit a dance video or a video of you singing for us to include in our mashup that we're making. So mashup is like a bunch of different people in different places all singing the same thing. So the song that we are going to be asking you to sing and dance to is called We Got Love by Tiana Taylor. So please make some time. You can do it with your family, your siblings, whoever you want. You can do it by yourself. That's more than okay too. But please send in some videos of yourself performing, dancing, singing this song, and showing us your monologues, all right? We want you to email that content to stories@handfulplayers.org, okay? That's stories@handfulplayers.org. All right, I'll see y'all next week.
Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Christie Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin Headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national park lands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Christie Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks!
Episode, what, 9, 10, 11, 12, episode 13? Maybe? Okay, I think it's episode 13, guys. Welcome to the Mixology Lab. If you've been here before, you already know what we do. If you're new, let me explain to you what the Mixology Lab is. The Mixology Lab is the mixing of food, slime, paint, ingredients, etc. If it can be mixed, we do it. That's what the Mixology Lab is. Let's review some of the things we've done, guys. So, week 1 was all about juicing. If you don't know what juicing is, it's an extraction of the good stuff out those fruits and those vegetables. If you want to know some of the juices we've done, we did a sweet craving juice. We did a immune system juice. We did an energy juice and a boost juice. Week 2, we were all about snacking, some healthy snacks. What did we do? We did sliced apples with tahini, sliced apples with cinnamon, regular sliced apples. We even made our own applesauce. That next day we did sauteed beets and carrots. We also did a beets and carrot milkshake. The day after that we did an egg scramble, a regular one, and an all white egg one. That last day, before we had our 3-day weekend, we did a spinach dip because we know basketball season is coming back. What have we done this week? This week, on Monday we did slime. On Tuesday we made paint out of egg yolk and food coloring. Yesterday we did chill jars, and we even had a special guest from the African American Cultural Center. Now we're here till today. And what are we doing today? We're making Play-Doh. And not just any kind of Play-Doh. It's a salt-based Play-Doh. It's easy to make. It's edible in case you somehow put it in your mouth and give it a try. So let's introduce you to some of the things we'll be using today. So we'll be using one big bowl. We'll be using our trusty dusty measuring cup. We'll be using, no, they're not maracas, they're salt shakers. Ha. We'll be using salt. And the base of our dough, our Play-Doh, is gonna be flour. And of course, a little bit of water, but I have a giant pitcher. All right, guys. We got our bowl. Boom. What do we need to do? We need 1 cup of flour. I have a half cup measurement. How many of these are we gonna need? Who said 2? Absolutely correct. So, let's get our 2 scoops of half a cup of flour. All right. Rip to the bag. One. In case you're absolutely curious, 2 cups of flour. That's what 2 cups of flour looks like. We need a half cup of salt, which is perfect because I have a half cup measurement. Go ham with the salt, guys. Someone must have knew we were making Play-Doh today. Half a cup of salt. All right. Half a cup of salt in there. What else do we need now? Half a cup of water. And I also seem to be missing a spoon. So hopefully my lovely cameraman about a half a cup. A little bit more water in there. So, what we're gonna do is now that we've poured all of our ingredients in this bowl, as you see, I only added a little smidge bit of water. I'm gonna mix it up. I'm gonna mix it up until it becomes pliable enough for me to knead it with my hands. And then we're gonna add our awesome colors to it. Now, if you're making this and the dough is still too sticky, just add a little bit more flour and that will make it not as sticky. And then while you're mixing it, if you feel like you need to add some more water, go ahead and add some more water. I feel like mine needs a little bit more water. Now, if you were here yesterday and you were with the class when she was making glue, remember we want to smash down a lot of those lumps. Why? Because if we smash them down now and got to the point where we need to get these hands dirty. Now, in case you don't know what kneeling is, it's when you take the dough and you keep folding it over top of each other. And it's basically putting air into the mixture. And then we're just gonna keep doing that until we feel like we got the right Play-Doh consistency. Now, what you also can do with this dough after we're making it, we could make it into things, stars, hearts, peoples, and then we could put it in an oven for about 300 for about 5 minutes, and that will actually make it harder. Let's add a little bit more flour. And don't be afraid to get messy. It's that simple, guys. All right, guys, later. See you guys next week. Just kidding. This is boring Play-Doh, right? Exactly. What can we do to make it more exciting? Add color. See, that's why I come back to work every day, guys. Because you guys got all the answers. Remember what I said if it's still too sticky. What was that? Add more water. I don't know. That might make it more sticky. Add flour. Let's knead our dough a couple more times to ensure that we mixed in all that extra flour. We're not sticky Play-Doh anymore. All right, guys, I think we got all the stick out of this. So let's split it up. 1, 2, 3. Only that one left there by itself. Today's Make a Mess Thursday, guys. All right, so very important. When you're making your dough and you have it done, you're adding color to it. Take your thumb, put the imprint in the center. Boom. We're on a blue kick this week, guys, since we used blue yesterday. Anywhere from 1 to 4 drops. Now, I learned my lesson yesterday, and we're going to go with less today. Because yesterday we kind of went ham with the food coloring, and our little chill globe was a little darker than I wanted it to be. So, if you're worried about getting dye in your hands, this is a good time to throw those gloves on. If you're like me and you don't really care, because why not have your work show in your hands? Just get on there and start mixing. And I think it's safe to add a couple more drops. Roll up. Add a little more blue to that. How you guys feeling about that? Is it okay, blue? Okay. Drop that down. Remember, take your dough, take your thumb, put that thumbprint in there. Now, due to the sake of time, I'm not going to keep going to rewash my hands. So I don't really care if my colors mix. If you're that person and you care about your color mixing, take this time, go wash your hands, come back, and then we'll repeat the process. Let's mix that red up. Now, when you're making this, it's okay. Sometimes it happens. I know some of us get the urge when we're little and we're at home to go ahead and taste that Play-Doh. I don't know why. It happens. Completely safe. So if you do ingest some, don't be rushing off to the hospital or panicking. Because it's just salt, flour, water, food coloring. All edible stuff. We got our blue, red. What should we finish, guys, with? Green or yellow? I was feeling green too. It's feeling like almost like Friday, so feeling like a money day. Can you guys name any of the vegetables that we used that were green in the past videos or past live videos we've done in the past couple weeks? Did I hear someone say kale? What about, ooh, you guys beat me to it, spinach. And bam. 3 colors, guys. We made blue Play-Doh. We made red Play-Doh. And we made green Play-Doh. Now, it's fun to play with. If you want to, this Play-Doh lasts roughly about 4 weeks. The best place to store it is in a Ziploc bag inside the refrigerator. I know, kind of different than regular Play-Doh. But this is a safe edible Play-Doh. Let's see. Alright guys, so we made Play-Doh. What else could we do? What could we do with this Play-Doh? So there's a reason why I saved this one to the side and I didn't put color into it. So I'm about to show you guys right now. Now, go in your house, Pull out that bottom drawer where you're hiding those water balloons, or you're hiding those balloons from past birthdays that you're storing and you're saving for that hot day when you have that water fight. Get the balloon, get your scissors. Boom. Cut off the tip to your balloon. Oop. Don't drop it though, not part of the steps. Well, I'm stuck. You unstuck. So we can actually make it a little bit bigger. Go down here. Let's make the mouth a little bit bigger. So, you guys probably can't see this, but it's about the size of a quarter. Okay, about the size of a quarter. We're gonna take our dough and we're gonna see if we can get it in here. So we're gonna take our balloon, we're gonna stretch it out over that dough. Boom, water balloon fight. No, just kidding. So, that's the first part of our balloon. We're gonna take another balloon, different color or same color, depending on how you're feeling. We're gonna cut it exactly the same. We're gonna cut the mouth off. After the mouth's cut off, we're gonna take our balloon, we're gonna stretch it out again. We're gonna put it over our balloon. Just like that, guys. What have we made? We have made a little stress ball that we can squeeze, we can be mean to. And this goes along with what I was doing yesterday with the stretch jar. Why is it good to have these tools? It's good to have these tools because we all get upset, but some of us need tools to calm down, or we just need a little help to calm down. And we always learn better when we're calm, cool, and collect. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I get angry, I don't listen very well when people are trying to tell me things. So keep one of these in your car. Maybe at school you keep it in your drawer. You know, maybe a teacher's saying some things you don't like. Maybe your classmates saying some things or laughing at something you did. You can take that thing out, go to your wellness center, and give it a squeeze. Simple stuff, right? Oh look, we have 2 more balloons. So let's make one more stress ball. You guys get to pick the color. If you're at home right now, yell out a color. I like the way you guys think. Blue it is. I need about half of it. Now what we do, find our balloon. Stretch it. Stretch it over our dough. Get our second balloon. Also cut the tip of that off. Bang, bang. Man, it's crazy how when you cut a balloon, they stick together. Another stress ball made, different size. You can make this dough harder so you have a little more resistance when you're squishing. It doesn't become too squishable. Has a little, you know, little tension to it. So, we made 2 balls. Now, we've been talking about a lot about composting and recycling. When I was done with this, say my dough has finally done. It's been 4 weeks. Does it go in the compost or the blue bin? Compost. Look at you guys. If you're new here, let me drop some knowledge on you guys. What goes in the compost bin? Food scraps, yard waste, empty milk cartons. What goes in the blue bin? Plastic, cardboard. All that other stuff goes into the black bin. We have to do our best to take care of our planet if we still want to see these sunny days like we got today. So if you're with me, show me those thumbs up. If you're on the fence about it, put them to the side, but remember, we never what? We never put them down. Now, what did we do today, guys? Today, we provided a way to make our own Play-Doh, to do our own arts and crafts, and we also use that Play-Doh to make a tool to help us calm down when we're angry. So if that sounds cool, put them thumbs up. If it sounds like something you would try, put them thumbs up. Put them to the side if you're still a little curious. Okay, remember, we never put them where? Exactly, we never put those thumbs down. So guys, just want to say, I had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time. I'm sorry we couldn't really have a guest today. You know, Daniel's out there getting ready for science class. CJ's out there once again giving food out to the elderly people because we got food coming in and we don't want anyone to go hungry. And Miss Sydney's over there getting her mind right for her lesson today. And you know, Brother Keith is in his office doing all the hard work. But that's okay. We had our little one-on-one time today. I just want to put my thumbs up. We're going to use a line from CJ. Remember, peace, the love, the meditate, enjoy. See you guys on Monday.
Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. And I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Chrissy Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin Headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. And I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Chrissy Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin Headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T.
What's up guys, Mr. Daniel, back for some awesome science. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that stressful activity, making some Play-Doh with Mr. Will. I know it's calming me down. Alright, I need to calm down, a little too excited, but let's get started. Alright, again, we're gonna do another awesome episode, and our main star of the day is gonna be our baking soda. Okay? And of course, like always, I'm asking you guys a question. What gas do we produce when we make the baking soda with the vinegar? Yesterday I asked you guys, what do we need to make that gas? But do you guys remember what the gas is? Alright, I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys a list of what we need. Of course, we're gonna need some safety goggles. Let me just put that on my neck for now. We're gonna need some paper. Any type of paper. Hopefully some cardboard paper so you can have some different colors and different options. But regular plain old white paper is fine too. We're gonna need some baking soda. We're gonna need some straws and an empty plastic water bottle. And remember again, reduce, reuse, recycle. Again, this is the same one I've been using for 2 weeks now. We're gonna make sure we don't put anything in waste. Like Mr. Will said, that would go in the blue bin if you're done using it. We're gonna need some rubbing alcohol. Actually, these are optional. What you really need is our start of the day, the baking soda, and some vinegar, and then everything I told you so far. But you want to go a little bit extra, and if we have time, I'll walk you guys through what we can do. Some Alka-Seltzer, some rubbing alcohol, some vegetable oil, and then maybe some food coloring, again, if we have time. So you're gonna need some tape. Alright, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little bit of a throwback. Do you guys remember the awesome car we engineered? Remember that? We blow through the balloon? Here, let me show you guys one more time. Let that one go. Alright, there goes our car. You guys remember this was actually our second prototype. We did have one before that didn't work quite well. Well, today we're even gonna go ahead and improve that. No engineers out there, and we're gonna make it even faster, better, and it'll be a lot cooler. So follow along. Hopefully you guys are excited. We're gonna continue being engineers, and again, we're gonna also on top of that actually, we might make some rockets. So that's what I'm wearing with NASA over here. We're gonna be little NASA astronauts today. It's rocket scientists, but we're gonna go ahead and get started with the car first. All right. So what do you need for the car? So I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys what we need to make some space. We're gonna grab this. If you don't have one, you can go ahead and reuse the same one we used before. So I'm only saying reduce, reuse, recycle. So you're gonna see me take apart some of these parts and put it in this one again, one more time. That way we can reduce the waste, reuse what we have, and then why fix something that's not broken? We're engineers, so what we're supposed to do is improve the design. Doesn't mean we have to completely get rid of it. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab what I really liked about here, what worked, and I'm gonna use it in the new one. What didn't, I'm gonna let it stay there. That'll be its own thing. So, grab your bottle. Make sure it's inflated, make sure it's not squished. Although that won't be too much of a problem because of that gas that we create when we mix the vinegar with the baking soda. Again, what is that gas? If you don't know, hopefully you can refer back to another episode. If you do know, keep that in your head for now. see as one more time later. So grab this. And I'm gonna go ahead and grab what we really liked out of this one. We definitely want the wheels. That worked really well for us. So go ahead and grab that. I know unfortunately we can't reuse this one because some of the holes already made on this cup. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab these wheels. I'm gonna retape it too, to make sure it's extra sticky. Okay. I'm gonna save this tape. I'm not gonna throw it away because we want to reduce our waste. Okay. All right. So we have our wheels. You guys remember what these are called? These are called our axles. Our wheels are attached to our axles. We have our axles. I'm gonna grab some tape because we had to tape that right back on there. We'll take this off. We don't need ads on our car. So that might recycle. Okay. Have some tape. I'm going to use this mark I have here as a reference point because we want everything to be straight in a line because these are straight wheels that we need for the car. You need a little bit of patience again. We are engineering, we can't afford too many mistakes. Although of course we do learn from mistakes. So you make some, you're gonna have to go back and fix them. But that just means we're gonna have to take more time. And I wanna show you guys what we have today. We continue doing attaching our axles. Did you guys end up giving a name to your car that you guys made? Yes? No? Well, I named my car. Name it Speedy. But this is going to be a new and improved version of Speedy. Gotta test that out. See, it's shifted too much to the front, so we're going to go ahead and reattach those to the back. And one thing engineers do, you want to test as you go along, because you don't want to put the whole thing together and then figure out you have to change one item and then take everything completely apart. So as you go along, you can test out what works. Same thing for software engineers. You want to test your program as you go along. Alright, perfect. Okay. So now we have our wheels on our axle. Okay. Now, let's get to our main ingredient. I'm gonna go ahead and put on some gloves. So it did get kind of messy here last time when my hands smelled like vinegar. Go ahead and put on some gloves. I hope you guys are being safe when you go out and wearing your masks and gloves. Being safe, staying healthy. I want to see you guys again, hopefully soon, and I want to make sure you guys are healthy. We're all practicing social distancing. Okay. So what I'm thinking, we gotta make that one gas. What was that gas? Alright, if you haven't answered it by now, it's CO2, it's carbon dioxide. That's what we're gonna be making again when we make these chemical reactions. And if you didn't know, that's okay. You can always learn. That's what we're doing here today. So when you mix an acid, such as a vinegar, and a base, like our baking soda, you're gonna make some carbon dioxide, you can make some gas. And that's what's gonna propel our car. So I'm thinking we're gonna go ahead and put a little bit of the baking soda in here. And we're gonna try out two different methods because we are engineers, we're gonna But what you're gonna need is a little bit of tape. You're gonna have that ready. I didn't bring my scissors, so maybe we can poke a hole through it. So you do have scissors. You would tape this over. Okay. Thank you to my awesome cameraman. I'm just gonna put this. I'm gonna put a little bit more baking soda actually, because we want to make sure it goes far. And then you can test out how much you need, how much you want, how fast, how far you want it. Maybe you put too much and you just get diminishing returns, which means it's not worth putting in that much baking soda, wasting that much for the speed or distance you're getting anyways. So we're gonna cover this up. Okay. Make sure it's nice and tight. Or what you can do actually is take another bottle cap, put it on here, poke a hole through it. This will be a pretty decent sized hole because that's where we're gonna pour our vinegar out of. Okay. Or onto, sorry, not out of. Okay. Remember I told you guys we're gonna need a straw. Go ahead and grab the straw. We're gonna pour our vinegar. Ooh, that fell further than I thought. Oh, I guess the straw isn't long enough. Alright, that's fine. So we're gonna try to eyeball this. Get some vinegar in there. Cover it with our fingers. So you know if it's working if the bottle starts expanding. If it's not, it looks like we're gonna need some more baking soda, maybe some more vinegar. So we're gonna take this off. Okay. So I'm thinking we poke a hole in the top. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Okay. Gonna pour our baking soda. But before that, actually, there's already some vinegar in there, so we're gonna go ahead and retape this. So it can be tricky because you want to make sure you're able to put both ingredients in there, but you don't want too much gas to escape. I think there might be a hole in this bottle already, so if that doesn't work, it's probably because of that. But we'll give it a try anyways. Not sure how that hole got in there. Okay, let's see how this goes. I don't want to waste any more resources because we still have a rocket to build. Yeah, it's leaking. Oh man. Alright, sorry guys. Looks like there is a hole in this. Did not expect that. But if it does work out for you, it should propel. The gas should push it out. What's even better actually, if I were you guys, I'd actually get maybe like a funnel. And I'll probably use maybe like a bigger bottle, maybe something like this. For a bunch of baking soda. Then make a hole with a funnel. Have a little tiny opening. And then just throw in all the vinegar in there. And then watch it propel. So unfortunately that didn't work. Didn't realize there was a hole on this. It's actually kind of leaking a lot. It's okay, we'll learn. Maybe you can do it again next time. So instead we're gonna go ahead and grab a rocket. Pour this to the side. That doesn't leak too bad. Okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and build our rocket. So what are we gonna need? We're on this one, we're gonna need a lot of baking soda. For the rest of it. Oops. Don't want to put anything to waste. Grab that, throw that in there. You probably want about 1 cup baking soda, but I guess it really depends on how big your container is. Okay. You guys remember yesterday when we put them in the bag and it just kept inflating? That's exactly what we're gonna do now. Except this time, we're gonna build a rocket. So, what do rockets, how do they look on top? They have cones, so we're gonna have to go ahead and make a cone. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut this in half, make it into a square. Okay. Make a triangle. At the top. And you go ahead and do that on both sides. So, I don't know if you guys can see that right now. We kind of have an X forming here. We're gonna need another straight line here. Do that. Okay. Cut that off. Oh, that's not important. I think my cone's not forming. What's happening? Okay, you know what? We're gonna grab a rectangle instead. I feel like I'm missing a step, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. We're actually gonna grab some. We're just gonna use some tape. What we're gonna do actually is form a cylinder. Okay. Grab some tape. Form a cylinder. You're pretty much folding hot dog style, except you don't want to fold it. You want to make it more round. Okay. You made your triangles. We're gonna put 4 triangles total. That's why we cut it into 4. That's why we made that X. mine's all messed up. I'm not that creative, that artistic. I'm just gonna go ahead and work with what I have, the gifts that I have. Yeah, I'm not liking this. I'm not satisfied. Thought I could do a better job. I have to do some more research on that one. Yeah, I don't like it, guys. I don't know. Not satisfied. Alright. What do you guys think? Should I use this? I really don't like it. But we can go through our revisions. That's okay. That's why we're engineering. Alright. Alright, we'll do what we got. We'll use what we got. I'm gonna take that off. Honestly, did my best, guys. It's the best you can do sometimes. That's okay. We learn from our mistakes. This is way over engineered. And that's not always a good thing. Actually, it's most not really a good thing. Alright. Well, it's taking up too much time, so let's just go ahead and start it. Man, I don't like it, guys. Alright. I think I'm gonna do instead, actually. I think I'm just gonna use a regular piece of paper. Then we can work with this later. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go ahead, put that in here. Tape the bottom. Okay, yeah, that was okay. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I was worried about, guys. I didn't like this design with some of the baking sodas coming out. It's not airtight. So hopefully you guys got it airtight. But it still has enough in there. So we're gonna go ahead and pour our vinegar in there. Get a straw. I think we'll just have to do with what we have. See how it goes. Okay, so we got a rocket fuel, but it wasn't able to blast off, and I think the reason is this one also had a hole just like the plastic cup. It didn't design how I thought it would. But if you did it correctly, you'd have a perfect cone. You'd have a container like this. You put your baking soda, you put the cone covering it up, and then once that reaction forms, it'll shoot up. But that's okay. That's science. It doesn't always go right all the time. We'll learn next time. This is Mr. Daniel. Hopefully you learned a little bit. Hopefully it worked out better for you than it did for me. See you in another episode, guys. Peace.
Hi kids, hey Marquise. This This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national park lands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Chrissy Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Hi kids! Hey Marquise! This is Jennifer.
2, 1.
Wonderful people, welcome to the Summer Digital Classroom Live. I am Brother Keith, and I am filling in for our good man, Mr. CJ. He is out in the field, making sure that families have food, and we just thank you, Mr. CJ, for all your commitment and everything that you're doing for the families during this time of COVID. I want to introduce y'all to a friend. Can I introduce y'all to a friend of mine? You sure? All right, wonderful people, I want to introduce you to Max. Max is a young individual in this book. This book is Where the Wild Things Are. It's illustrated and written by Maurice Sendak. Maurice Sendak, shout out to you. Are you curious to know what happens in this book with Mr. Max? All right, well, let's get it going. Where the Wild Things Are, Story and Pictures by Maurice Sendak. And if you were curious, this is a level 0 book. Where the wild things are. You see the pictures? This gentleman drew these. It's pretty nice. The night Max wore his wolf suit and made mischief of one kind. You see him? What's he doing? He's nailing something into the wall. Are you allowed to nail stuff into your parents' walls? Maybe you are. You never know. He made mischief of one kind or another. Do you see him chasing his dog? His mother called him wild thing, and Max said, "I'll eat you up." So he was sent to bed without eating anything. Oh, that makes my tummy grumble. Do you see his face? Does he look pleased? No, he doesn't look too pleased. He looks a little angry. Let's see what happens next. That very night, in Max's room, a forest grew. Trees. You see them? And grew. More trees. And grew until his ceiling hung with vines and the walls became the world all around. Do you see? What is Max doing? It looks like he's having fun with his wolf outfit on. And an ocean tumbled by with a private boat for Max, and he sailed off through the night and day. You see, brother, in his little boat. And in and out of the weeks, and almost over a year, to where the wild things are. And when he came to the place where the wild things are, they roared their terrible roars, and gnashed their terrible teeth, and rolled their terrible eyes, and showed their terrible claws. Till Max said, "Be still," and tamed them with a magic trick. You see him? What do you think his magic trick is? I don't know. I'm curious myself. And tamed them with the magic trick of staring into all their yellow eyes without blinking once, and they were frightened and called him the most wild thing of all, and made him the king of all wild things. See his crown, his scepter? It looks like he's dubbing these wild things something. Pretty cool. And now, cried Max, let the wild rumpus start. I wonder what a rumpus is. It looks like they're having a little party over there. Get down. I see y'all wild things. Look at Max. You see this dude? Look like he's having the time of his life. And they're still going. This is all still in his bedroom. What do you think is happening here? Do you think this is reality, or do you think this is his imagination? We'll let you use your imagination. And they keep on going. They're having a good time. How many wild things do you count? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, and what's this? 5. 5 wild things. Plus Max, I guess, so that's 6. He's the wildest of them all, right? Now stop, Max said, and sent the wild things off to bed without their supper. Sounds like his mother, right? And Max, the king of all wild things, was lonely and wanted to be where someone loved him best of all. Then all around, from far away across the world, he smelled good things to eat. So he gave up being king of where the wild things are. He missed home, it looks like. You see how sad he looks? Look at his face. Do you ever get homesick? I get homesick. Miss my mommy right now. Shout out to my mom. But the wild things cried, "Oh, please don't go. We'll eat you up. We love you so. And Max said, no. The wild things roared their terrible roars and gnashed their terrible teeth and rolled their terrible eyes and showed their terrible claws. But Max stepped into his private boat and waved goodbye. You see him on his boat? And sailed back over a year and in and out of weeks and through a day on his boat. And into the night of his very own room where he found his supper waiting for him. You see the supper on the back table? His mommy loves him. And it was still hot. Man, honestly, this is probably my first time reading this book. And it's not like the movie at all. What did we learn about this book? Well, for me, I learned that when it's okay to be who you are, as long as there is some respect involved. Do you think that he was respecting his mom when he said, I'll eat you up? I don't think so. Why do I think that? Because she sent him to his room without supper, and that is when he sailed off into the night on his boat. Thank you, Maurice. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. Do you see these? What are these? It's an origami boat. You are absolutely correct. I wonder if Max knows how to fold these. Well, my friend had to go, but I'm curious to know how we fold this origami boat. So I have some paper here, and I'll walk you through the process of how to fold a paper boat. Now, I just learned how to do this maybe not too long ago, so I'm new just like you. Let's do it together. So we take our piece of paper, and we'll fold it, when you fold it long ways, what is that called? Like this? Hot dog. Yes, I see you. I see you. If you rockin' with me, give me a thumbs up like in Mr. William. Yeah. Thumbs up mean what? We rockin' with it. Thumbs to the side means we're curious, and as Mr. William in the mixology lab always says, we don't do thumbs down, thumbs up. So this is hot dog. Now if you fold it the opposite way, what is that? Hamburger. I see you. So you folded hamburger, and you want to make sure all of your edges line up. You want to make sure that you have a nice, neat line of symmetry, and that's just the line that separates things equally. So we have a line of symmetry this way and a line of symmetry this way. What do you think our next step is? You're absolutely correct. We keep it folded in hamburger, and we want to take our top, perfect. We want to take our top right and left corner and fold it seamlessly to that line of symmetry, and this is what it will look like. Make sure that line is good and crisp. Perfect. Do you see? Do you see? Solid. What we do to one side, we must do to the other. Cool? Solid. Perfect. And you should have something just like this. What do you think the next step is? Y'all are so amazing. Yes, we want to fold these two bottom flaps up towards the point. Right here, we want these to go upwards. Solid. And this is mostly to keep the crease. That's not that even. Make it as even as possible. You want clean, crisp lines. And what you do to one side, you gotta do to the other. All right, rock with me. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Good, crisp, clean lines. Oh, almost. Boom. It's starting to get there, you see it? Now it gets a little complicated from this moment forward, so pay attention. Cool? Solid. You fold down your flaps again and take the bottom left and the bottom right corners, and you're gonna fold those in on each other. I'll show you what I mean. So you take, if this is my right, your left, you're gonna take it and fold it to that line right here. Boom. And you do it to the other side. Boom. You see? Do it to the back. Make sure it's good and even. Good and even. Perfect. We see? You still here? Let's get it. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Solid. Now I just had my brain skip the beat, but it's okay because we are creating. I think the next step was to fold these flaps upward so that you create this triangle. You see our triangle? Solid. And you want to open the triangle like this. You see? Open it up and then fold it on itself. One more time. Oh, keep those creases. Triangle, turn it towards you, open that bad boy up, and fold it in on itself. Perfect. Now we have a what? A square. My good people. Our next step is to make another triangle. We're gonna take our bottom corners and fold them to this top peak. Cool? Let's do it. And so obviously, the closer you get your corner to the peak, less of the sail will show. So we want a little bit of the sail to show. So let's go about an inch below the top. Now this is new. The other ones I folded it to the top. So we'll see what this one does. And what we do to one side, you gotta do to the other. Perfect. All right, I think I remember what the next step is. I think we open this bad boy on itself again, but you pull it outwards. Now it's gonna be a little crumply up until we get it, but you keep pulling, pull it. Ah, it's starting to look like a boat. I'm on a boat. I forgot where year that reference is from. And then you smash it. You fold all those creases in on each other. And you open it up. I think we have a boat. Do you wonder if it floats? I do. I just so happen to have some ocean with me. All right. Let's see. Oh, snaps. Let's see. Let's get a little boat party popping. That's one. Hey, that's two. And I just think this one's gonna float because the other two did. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Do you think we can make a huge one? Let's go. I like challenges. All right, we're gonna try to make this huge one in less than 5 minutes. Just so happen to have my big piece of paper right here. What was the first step? Hot dog. Let's get it. I feel like I'm doing that AMSR. What is that thing called, young people? When I tap on this thing. Can you hear me? Young people, can you hear me? I'm folding hot dog style. Let me stop whispering. Hopefully you heard that. So we folded hot dogs. I'm looking at this like it's the camera. Folded hot dog style. Real good. Perfect. Good crease. Next step, hamburger style. See y'all were paying attention. Let's keep it going. Good clean lines. Great clean lines. Uh-oh. Almost. Solid. Crisp. All right. We got our hamburger. What up? What's next? Yes, fold them top left and right corners in on that line of symmetry. Y'all are so amazing. You're just so smart. You're just so smart. Better do it, young people. Out there. Out there. You better do your thing. And what you do to one side, you do to the next. I said we were gonna time myself, but I didn't start. I think we're a little bit past 5 minutes. And next, what is it? Fold these flaps up. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And what you do to one side, you do to the other. My good people. Perfect. So now we have this. All right. What do we do next? Yes, fold these sides back down and fold the bottom left and right corners up. Fold it in on itself. You have great memory. Great memory. Fold that bad boy up. Perfect. Do it to the other side. Fold it in. Fold it in. Perfect. And we have our triangle. Solid? All right, now let's see if we can do this next piece. I think we just open it up on itself and make a square. It's happening. Y'all are amazing. Perfect. You see our square? There it is. Whoa, what was the next step? Yes, we fold the bottom open piece towards the top peak. And you remember, if you fold it closer to the top, less of the sail will show. And we want a little bit of that sail to show. So we'll fold it maybe, I'll keep it an inch. Keep it just like the other one. Yes. And you gotta do it on the other side as well. Perfect. Final step. Open that bad boy up. Let's see, this is a big one. And it's happening. It's happening. Come on, sugar. Work with me. Work with me. You're almost there. We're gonna do this. Oh, perfect. And now you smooth out your lines. Solid. And there you have it. A boat. That's nice. My bucket is a little small, so I don't know if it floats. So I'll just make this a pirate's hat or something. Bring my boats back in. Over here. Bring the wild things in. I feel like I'm in the book myself. Where the Wild Things Are. Story and Pictures by Maurice Sendak. And today, what I learned personally is manners go a long way, and I can make a fancy little hat or a boat with my imagination, just like Brother Max did. We here at Booker T. Washington appreciate you. We thank you for joining us. Shout out to Mr. William over in the mixology lab. I think you had fun making some Play-Doh and some stress balls. Shout out to Mr. Daniel with all of his amazing science. I believe next we may have Miss Sydney coming in here with her growth mindset, and we'll get everything popping. I appreciate you, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. And I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first nature boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Christie Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. And I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first nature boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Christie Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. And I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national park lands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Christie Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks!
Peace and love, family. I am Miss Sydney, and today we're going to continue our conversation about community. So, refresh your guys' mind about what community is. Community is a group of people who share something in common. And what we have mainly been focusing on is the community of San Francisco. And also, what makes a healthy community? A healthy community makes for healthy people. And these attributes are what make a healthy community, which is physical activity, nutrition, transportation, adequate employment, businesses, education, and safe and healthy housing. So yesterday, we had discussed about the history of San Francisco and some of the districts that are within San Francisco. And we also talked about an issue that is prevalent in present and past, which is called gentrification. So today I'm going to talk to you guys about who can you talk to and who is responsible for helping out with situations such as gentrification. Before we get into the specifics of who exactly that person is, I want to guide you guys through an understanding of who is responsible. And we're going to focus on the different government pillars that pertain to different responsibilities within our community. So here it says who takes care of what. And this is a diagram that is broken up into three different categories, which is this is the federal government circle, this is the state government circle, and the local government circle. And I have done some small illustrations to help you guys know who takes care of what. So in the federal circle, here's an airplane, and the FFA stands for the Federal Aviation Association. So the Federal Aviation Association basically takes care and is responsible for flights and travels that are national or international, and they get reports on the scheduling of the flights and how the planes route and who they come in contact with. So that is a federal department. Then the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense would be considered as the FBI, CIA, the military, anybody or any organizations, government organizations that fall under the safety of the nation. So next, we have a little leaf to represent the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Department is responsible for making sure that our wildlife in nature reserves are being preserved, and any wildlife that is native to the land, and making sure that it does not go extinct. And they pass laws to help protect the plants and wildlife. Next, we have the U.S. Mint. We have a dollar sign for the U.S. Mint because the U.S. Mint is where they print off money and they make money. Where they make the penny is dollars, $20 bills, $100 bills. The federal government is responsible in regulating how the money is printed and where the money is printed and how much of it. Next is the National Institution of Health. So the National Institution of Health is sponsored by and funded by the federal government to look into research to help advance medicine. Then we'll go to state. First we have is the Department of Motor Vehicle, and I have a vehicle wheel right here. And the Department of Motor Vehicle falls under the state government, and they're responsible for distributing driver's license, IDs, license plates, and keeping in track of motor vehicles. Next, we have the state licensing. So I wrote a little license right here. And state licensing is responsible for distributing and testing professionals and giving out license for, let's say, being a lawyer or a doctor in different professions where you have to take a test in order to be qualified for the job. And the state is responsible for distributing those tests and distributing those licenses. Next, we have the polls. So during election time, the state is responsible for monitoring and regulating and submitting the poll results. The state are the ones that uphold the rules of the election and taking in the submissions. Next, we have the Electoral College. So I'm gonna give you guys a brief lesson on what the Electoral College is. The Electoral College can be something that's a little more difficult for some to understand, but basically each state has a number of representatives based off their population. Then out of those representatives, there is an electoral college, not just one, but there's an electoral college that is picked out of the representatives to cast in a vote during the general election, which would be known as the presidential election. They then submit their votes, and their votes is separate from the population votes. So say that the Electoral College votes the Electoral College votes can sometimes override the population votes. Actually, the Electoral College is held up more than the population votes. So to give you guys an example, this happened in the 2016 election where Donald Trump had beat Hillary Clinton through the Electoral College votes, even though Hillary Clinton had won the population votes. So this is why it's really important to know who your representatives are, because they are the people who are considered to represent the populations or the state's viewpoints in elections. So if you guys want to look a little bit more into what the Electoral College is, you can go ahead and Google and do a little more research, but that is basically a basic understanding of what the Electoral College is. And the state is responsible for selecting those people. So then we'll move into the local government. And local government is responsible for the things that we deal with day to day, such as the 911 emergency. The local government are the ones who are the first responders, like the firefighters and police officers, social workers. And the 911, their calls, the local government is responsible for taking care of those situations. Next, we have sanitation. So if you may be familiar, our sanitation company in San Francisco is called Recology, but the local government is responsible for distributing the sanitation workers and hiring them, and also taking in the garbage and recycling, and also abiding by and enforcing rules that have to do with sanitation, such as in San Francisco, we are required to
or held responsible to recycling and having compost and having a garbage. And it's important to know which items go into which, because you could be charged if you do not abide by it correctly, by the guidelines correctly. So it's the sanitation. Then I have written a little book for library, parks, and recreation. So the local government is responsible for the public libraries and the public parks and public recreational spaces that you find within your community. So if you see a tennis court or your library, that is all due to the local government and the taxpayers. Next is electricity, water, and natural gas. So the local government is responsible for distributing the natural gases and water and making sure that the community has those resources accessible. And they also determine the cost of the natural gases, water, and electricity. Then we're gonna go into where they section. Each of the three governments can hold responsibility as well, or share responsibility with others. So the local and federal government together are responsible for upholding the voting. So the federal government gives out the laws and the way that we're supposed to, or the way that the state is supposed to conduct the polls, and the state is responsible for taking in those submissions and giving it off, the information off to the federal government. So that's how the voting works, so both federal and local. Next is the state and local. And state and local are combined in hiring teachers and building schools and giving a curriculum. So the state determines what the curriculum is, and the local government hires the teachers and hires the faculty to work within those schools. Next, we have the federal and state. Together, they take care of the national parks. So because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife is a federal department, the government, and the state hires the people and helps out making sure that our national parks are nice and clean and also preserved. Next, our correctional facilities. So the state and federal are responsible for the correctional facilities that are within each state and upholding and operating those facilities. So now we're gonna go the federal, state, and local, which is here in the middle. And the federal, state, and local are responsible for the infrastructure of roads and maintaining the roads and pathways. Next, we have safety. So each government is responsible for contributing to the National Guard, the military, the police, and any departments or officials that help uphold a safe living. So that is a little breakdown of who takes care of what. So now that you guys have an idea of which parts of the government are responsible for what affects our communities, we're gonna go on and talk about some elected officials that are important to know as residents here at San Francisco. So the first person that I want to talk about is Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi. She is a representative of the 12th District, which is San Francisco, and she's the congresswoman that sits within the House of Representatives. And she is also the Speaker of the House, which is a person or elected official who takes on the role of giving statements or giving the final submission or decisions that the House of Representatives has voted on. And the House of Representatives is an important group of people because they represent the 50 states and the people that live within it. So each state is broken up into different districts based off of the population, and each representative is voted and elected to represent that district in the part of California. So Nancy Pelosi is our congresswoman here in San Francisco. And she also, fun fact, she is the highest ranked woman, well, she's the highest ranked woman in American history to hold a U.S. elected office. So the House, her being the Speaker of the House, is one of the highest positions that a woman has held in U.S. history. Like, isn't that so dope? So the next really dope woman we want to go on and talk about is our mayor of San Francisco, which is Mayor London Breed. And she's the 45th mayor of San Francisco. And she is the first African American to hold this position. And so that is a big feat in itself. And she is responsible for being the face and representative of San Francisco as a county, as a city. And she is responsible for signing off on any laws or legislation that is introduced to and for San Francisco. Next, we're going to talk about the governor. And our governor is Gavin Newsom, and he's the 40th governor of California. And he held as the 42nd mayor of San Francisco between 2004 to 2011. And the governor, each state has one governor, and they sit within I forget what branch. We're not going to go into the branches today because I want to give you guys a simple government lesson. We're not going to go too deep. But he is the governor of California, and any issues that the state of California, such as COVID-19, he's responsible for giving the final statements on what the updates are and the policies are that are upheld for the whole state of California. So these are some important elected officials to know as a resident of San Francisco and a resident of the state of California. Now we're going to move on and talk about our local government. So this would be considered as a state government. She's on the federal level because she sits within the House of Representatives. But these are our state government officials. Now we're going to go into the local elected officials to know. So here's a map. I'm not sure if you guys can see really well, but how this works is San Francisco, or cities and counties, are broken up into districts. So San Francisco is broken up into 11 different districts. And within those districts are the living spaces. Like, this district map does not go along with the districts of San Francisco. Those are two different things. So here is a map of the 11 different districts that are broken up, and the state is who determines these districts. And the districts are important because it is determining how money is distributed, the taxpayers' dollars is distributed, how they build schools, and how the water is distributed, all the things that we talked about that the local government is responsible for. These are what determine who is responsible for which district. So I have written out all of the supervisors for each district. So we have District 1 is Sandra Lee Fewer. District 2 is Catherine Stefani. District 3 is Aaron Peskin. District 4 is Gordon Mark. District 5 is Dean Preston. District 6 is Matt Haney. District 7 is Norman Yee. And District 8 is Raphael Mandela. District 9 is Hillary Ronan. District 10 is Shaman Walton. And District 11 is Asha Safai. So these people work with the mayor to determine on how we govern our local government. So, like we had talked about yesterday, we talked a little bit about the issue of gentrification. And these are the people that I heavily advocate for you guys to talk to and potentially can have answers and you can help give solutions to them as well. It's all in a collaborative effort to make our community better. So it's important for the people to be involved just as much as the government is involved. So here are the names, and so how do we get engaged? We can get engaged by emailing, calling, giving voicemail to your representatives, to your congressman, to the governor, to the mayor, to the supervisors. Talk to anybody that you feel comfortable and feel that needs to hear what to say. Talk to all of them, honestly. So today we're gonna go through and I'm gonna show you guys how you can get in contact with these elected officials and say how you feel and say what is prevalent on your mind and what you find is important, because as citizens, they are there to represent our voice. And the only way that we can express that is through telling them what we find is important. So here, I'm gonna go on a simple Google search. My password. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and Google San Francisco, and let's say House of Supervisors. Okay, here we go here. And I'm gonna go not Wikipedia, but we're gonna go to SFBOS, which is the Board of Supervisors. And here they are, and you have them all listed. So you can go up to the top and go to supervisor information. And here are their pictures, along with their name, their voicemail, and email. So I'm gonna look at my map, or you can search it if you know what district that you live in. You can go ahead and put in a Google search like Board of Supervisors, Richmond District. So the Richmond District is about, I live right here. So my supervisor is Sandra Lee Fewer. So I'm gonna go to Sandra Lee's email. There she is, looking good. And I clicked on the email, and so it has a form set up for you to go ahead and put in your information. So I'll put Cindy T. Giles, and then my subject is housing. Let's say affordable housing. Housing. Okay, and then there's my phone number, email, comment, plans for affordable housing. Simple. Affordable. And I'm gonna hit submit. And then I should receive an email soon. But they make it easy for you guys to go ahead and voice your opinions. And if you don't feel comfortable talking to a stranger, talk to a friend about it. Talk to your parents. Talk to anybody that you identify within your community. It is important to talk about what we think and how we feel and share it so that we can bring about change. All right, guys, I hope you guys had a wonderful time learning a little bit about your community, culture, and identity, and I hope to see you all next week. Peace and love.
Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national park lands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Chrissy Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national park lands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Chrissy Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first nature boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Christie Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost. Thanks! Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first nature boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Christie Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco?
me since I had to challenge myself and do additional tasks throughout the exercise. So, how was that for you, Coach Sergio? He's saying it was pretty good. He had a good laugh. He definitely had a good laugh. Well, I did have a good laugh too. You probably experienced that. So now we're going to back heels or butt kicks, whatever you want to call it, 45 seconds. Shall we? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, there we go, go. Back heels just like this. Now this cable is a little uncomfortable. Okay, much better. So as we're doing this, you can see that my back heels are going all the way up. I'm trying to straighten my back because it might have been a little bended, but now it should be better. Okay, and this will definitely trigger your kneecaps and your quads, as well as your hamstrings a little bit, and your, blah, blah, blah. What was that called again? Calves, yes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was exactly 45 seconds. Now we're moving on to opening the gate. Okay, this is important. Again, I'm going to bring this on the topic that I have suffered my adductors, my groin. It is a very, very long period taking injury. So if you want to prevent it from occurring in the first place, it's always best to keep the stretching going, especially dynamic stretching before an actual exercise. So we're starting opening the gate, 3, 2, 1, and we go. We're going to do 7 with right and 7 with left. Okay, so that's total 4. That's going to make it a total of 14, right? And 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, and now we're going to close the gate. Same thing, triggering the same muscle group, but at a different motion. Okay, and we don't need a clock for that again. So 3, 2, 1, 7 with the right and 7 with the left. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and yeah, I went a little over 16. There we go. All right, so that's good. Now the next thing, again, bringing higher kick, 5 and 5. No need to go too high. No need to keep it. I mean, you shouldn't keep it too low either. And we go 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm going to do it as much as it's comfortable for me. I'm actually going to play some soccer tonight, briefly. Not too intense, but I actually like, you know, that exercise that we're doing right now. And that's it. Okay. Let's bring the ball in, and this time we're going to skip the 45 seconds of this, and then 45 seconds of this. We're going to start backwards, okay? We're actually going to do the hybrid in the very beginning. Okay, so we go 3, 2, 1, tap, tap, toe box, toe box. Okay, we're doing this for 45 seconds. Whoop. Tap, tap. And if you have space, use it. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna be using that space around me, just like this. Perfect. You have about 15 seconds to go. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's it. So, since we didn't have the audio in the very beginning, I'm Coach Rado, and over there is Coach Sergio, and now we are going to continue with some World Cup info for you. Okay, now that you got your little blood flow going, your brains are getting sharper, I'm going to grab my modern device, or maybe Coach Sergio will do that for me. Thank you so much, Toss. Yeah, okay. So, here it is. Sound off. Okay. Unlock. I'm going to visit my Google. Are you using also Google or any other?
Google.
I mean, through Google. Wikipedia through Google. I remember at some point Yahoo and Google were competing about like as a search engine. So we have World Cup. Cup, not cup. Okay. That's good. FIFA World Cup. There it is. Okay, so as we mentioned, last time I was the one to guess the last one. I was the one to guess the last one. That's okay. Interesting way to put it. So now I will be questioning Coach Sergio. Okay, let's over it really quick. Do we remember? Now let's challenge ourselves. We have to guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 champions so far. All right, let's see if we can do that. 1930.
That was Uruguay.
1934, Italy, I believe.
Yep.
38.
I believe that was Italy again.
Right. 1950 was Uruguay again, right? Because it was Uruguay, Italy, Italy, Uruguay. Now, what's coming next?
I think it was West Germany.
West Germany, right? I remember so too. What happens after West Germany? Now that's getting a little bit of a challenge. Wasn't it Brazil?
I think it was Brazil.
Do you think so? 58? Let's double check. Champions Brazil, indeed.
And then West Germany again.
And then West Germany again. Is that what you recall?
Yeah.
It's actually, no, it's Brazil again.
Oh, okay.
It's 2 consecutives for Brazil, and then we had 1966 where I think I guessed England winning against West Germany. Okay, now here's where we're taking it off from. We're gonna go and come a little closer to you guys, and I am questioning this time. So, how can we do this? Just like that. I hope it's gonna work. Okay, so the host of the 1970 World Cup edition was Mexico. Who is the champion? 1970, Mexico 70.
So I know England only won it once, and they're out. Uruguay, they're out because they already won their 2. Germany still has one more, but that's not my guess. And I know Brazil won a couple times in between those years. So I'm gonna have to guess Brazil.
And this is the very right and correct guess. It is Brazil with their 3rd title. 1 break when England took it in between. And runners up, Italy. Ah, poor Italians. They lost so many of those throughout the years. Anyway, wasn't it also Italy on the final in the 1994? Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. I know it. I think I do. I hope that I'm going to get the 1994 guess. Okay, so now Coach Sergio will be asking me about the 1974.
Okay, in 1974, the host country was West Germany, and 16 teams played in the cup. Who was the champion?
74, that's a hard one. So we have 66 England, then 70 we got Brazil. Before that we have 2 Brazil trophies, and they have a total of 5. Mm-hmm. And the last one they won was in 2002. I know for a fact that they won it later on, so it's not Brazil. I'm excluding Brazil from this. Italy has won it a total of 3 times. Mm-hmm. But in that era, I think Maradona was rising up. So I would bet on Argentina.
Nope.
Nope. Oh no. Okay.
I'll give you a hint. Argentina played this team in a World Cup final recently.
That makes it easy. I would bet on Germany, or West Germany, should I say still.
Yeah, West Germany was the champion.
West Germany is the champion. Okay, very good, very good.
Title. The runner-ups were Netherlands.
Wow.
And then 3rd place was Poland, and then 4th place was Brazil.
Okay, so yeah, that's the years when Netherlands started picking up. Okay. 74 just passed it. Okay, let's see. 70. Oops, wrong button. 78. Now we have the host country as Argentina. Argentina is the host country. There was 16 teams again from 5 confederations that took participation in the tournament. Who's the champion?
Like you mentioned, Maradona was rising up back then. But I wasn't sure if he played in this decade or the next decade. But my first guess is going to have to be Argentina.
This is the correct guess. Well done. By the way, I don't know if you can hear this, but Cursor just said
Argentina.
he did say Argentina. You can probably like lip write, or I mean read. So, okay, and then runners up, Netherlands. Yeah.
Strong team.
Come on. Like what, like second time in a row? And then Brazil 3rd place and Italy 4th place. Well, I guess it's my turn to guess.
1982. So in 1982, the World Cup was held in Spain, and there were 24 teams in this cup. Who were the champions?
Who's the host again?
Spain.
Spain, the host. 1970 what? 78?
1982.
82. Okay, so I am pretty positive about the 86 champion. Okay, so we just mentioned the first Argentina title, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do Argentina have 2 titles or 3 titles? Is the question. I know that Argentina have not won this in the past 2 decades. And then I know that they've won it only once after actually. That Argentina has only 2 World Cup titles. So therefore, I think I am going to aim for Germany again.
But no.
Close, but not close. How close?
A runner-up close.
So here, okay. No, England has only won it once. Right? So it's not England. Argentina, if they have won it twice, I know that we just mentioned that they won it in 78. Then I know that they win it once after. It's not Germany. Brazil has a total of 5 titles, and we already mentioned 3 of them. So I know that there is 2 in the future after 82, but it's way after. So it's not France. What other country has won it? I know that it's only European and South American.
I'll give you a hint. It's a European team.
It's a European team. Netherlands have not won that. Spain won it recently for the first time. It's a European country. Wow, why am I? Wow, okay, this is hard. I'm gonna have to eventually give my suggestion. But if you nodded when you said that England has only won it once, and that's 1966, then I have no options left. Well, oh, wait a minute. No, Italy has won 4, right?
I believe so.
So we mentioned 2. So that's Italy.
Yep.
Okay.
Italy were the champions of 1982. The runner-ups were West Germany. 3rd place was Poland, and 4th place was France.
Okay. Wow. Okay, thank you for appreciating my logic here on this. Okay, my turn to ask. I know, I don't even need to look, but I know the champion from the following edition. Host country, Mexico. Who's the champions?
My first guess is going to have to be Argentina.
And that is correct. I remember Argentina, 1986. I wasn't born yet, but nor were you. But yeah, 1986 is the one thing that I recall. Only, well, actually, 24 countries participated in that edition of it. Runners-up was West Germany, France, took the third place, and Belgium, so far, they're, I think, best performance on a World Cup, I believe, right? Wasn't it? Or have they achieved anything more than that? I don't think so. Fourth place. Okay, well, amazing. We are moving on to 1990.
So in 1990, the World Cup was held in Italy, and there were 24 teams that played. Who were the champions?
Okay, so that was the year I was born. Okay, and I don't have a clue of any memories from back then, of course. However, I know that we mentioned Germany has won it 2 times so far, yeah? And they have a total of 4 titles. Ooh. So I would say that this is their third.
Yep. This is Germany's 3rd title in the World Cup. And the runner-ups were Argentina. 3rd place was Italy, and 4th place was England.
Ooh, okay. And does it say who's the top goal scorer?
The top goal scorer was, how do I pronounce? I can't pronounce his name.
Salvatore,
Salvatore,
Schillaci.
Schillaci, yeah, with 6 goals.
Okay, so 6 goals. Must have been a lot of goals from different players back then. Yep, well, back then, I guess teams were betting on many players rather than just one. Okay, so I guess you are the one to guess next. No, I'm the one to guess next. No, you are the one to guess next. Okay, so you were guessing 1994. Oh, I wanted that one. So
I know Brazil won it 3 times in the past, and they won it later on. So I'm gonna have to guess that this is gonna be their 4th title.
yes, Brazil won the 4th title. And do you remember where was it held, the tournament?
94, I believe it was held in the United States.
It was in the United States. Can you believe there were actually games at the Stanford University Stadium?
Yeah.
Right, so how amazing is that? And how I know that? Well, Bulgaria participated in that 1994, and it was the best achievement the Bulgarian national team has ever done, 4th place. After losing the semifinals against Italy, who then lost the final against Brazil. I do dare to say that it was kind of unfair because there was one penalty that wasn't given back then, but you know, there was no VAR and there was not that kind of technologies, but I'm pretty sure that if there was, that would have been the end of Italy. Either way, it's a very bright year for the Bulgarian national team, and I'm very, very proud. I always get the chills when I watch the videos from back then. So now we are gonna take a break on that, where you guys can go get some water, and then we're gonna come back with some more exercise and games, and then we're gonna wrap up with some more World Cup champions knowledge. See you in a bit. Is this not working? That one. Yeah. Let's play that game again. See if we can do it better. I'm gonna briefly talk about frame rate thing. Yeah, these are important. The first time
Hi
I
kids,
had that,
hey Marquise.
this injury in
Jennifer
particular was
Green
when I was
from the
7th
Golden
grade.
Gate National Parks Conservancy.
And then it carried on,
And I'm
like
here
it was
at
on and off,
Land's End in
on and
San
off.
Francisco.
It was awful.
Today is Booker
and
T's first nature
you know,
Books.
basically there is the compensation when
Did you
it occurred,
know
and the compensation
that
from
we
here
have
came all the way back here.
acres of national
So
park
this
lands
part
right
of
in
my
our
back,
city?
right here,
Like at Ocean Beach,
I
or Crissy
couldn't do
Field,
nothing.
or here
Like
at Land's
I
End,
was
or
weak.
across the bay,
It was super bad.
headlands.
And
I bet
yeah,
you live close to a city.
I'm gonna go play tonight and see how it goes.
Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco.
Beach alley.
And you may not know that
Just
every
amateur.
one of us
How do they
lives
call that? Like
10
pick about?
minutes walk from one of those
No,
parks.
well, not pick up.
Okay,
Because
here's my
already.
last question.
Oh, yeah.
Who do you think owns those parks?
No, like that way.
Coach Rado again
Coach Sergio.
with Street Soccer USA. We are back after the very little, tiny, short mini break. Okay, I think I used way too many words for that, but you know, it's fine. So, we are going to continue to compete on the game Soccer Exams. Okay, let's see if this time we can finish the game quicker with less efforts because of more efforts of practice. Does this make sense? So, let's see if we can do that. We'll be competing again. If you don't remember the rules, I'll refresh you very quick. So, the main juggle, if you do only one and you drop the ball, you gotta start over. It's not a count. If you do two, let's say, and then you drop the ball, then your opponent takes their turn, and after they're done, you're starting and continuing from two. So you go 3, 4, etc. Yep. And then when you're done with your feet, you're moving on to knees. After knees, you're moving on to palms. After palms, you're moving on to fists and then to headers. If you do 9 times, like 9 juggles, and then you drop the ball, you got to come back to 0. Okay, and then there comes the small exam, and then we continue. So, rock, paper, scissors to who is gonna go first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Shoot. I always beat you. Okay, so.
That's why I never pick off.
Okay, now I'm gonna start my journey and see if I can go all the way. If not, well, then Coach Sergio takes his turn.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm back to 0. I gotta stay in my quadrant, so that was sad. That was 6, wasn't it? Because you touched it in the end. Okay, I'm back at 0. Coach Sergio has 6.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Moving on to knees. When I was a kid, we had the, like the folklore dances, which were involved, like, we call them rachenica. Let's see if I can do that. No, it's harder.
I was at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10th, Coach Sergio, moving on to knees. Okay. 2, and what did I do? 3? Okay, so I'm continuing from 3. And 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 is good. Doing modifications here. 5. Good? Okay, good. What did I do again? 7. I dropped it at 7. Okay, I shouldn't do. If I do 2, I'm gonna mess. 1, 2, 3. That was easy. Palms. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sweetness. Oops. Fists. It doesn't matter. This way, this way, this way, that way, whatever. You can even use 2 hands. They look easy, but they're not always as easy as they look like, depending on how heavy the ball is. And, I'm moving on to headers. So you still gotta wait. I was afraid that I'm gonna step out.
Are you doing green line or blue line?
Let's do blue.
I'm at 5.
Okay, that's 8. At least you're safe. What did I do? 6. Woo! And headers. Small exam. Big exam. Your turn. 8 knees. 1 does not count, and it cannot end on 9. There we go. Palms for Coach Sergio. Fists. Okay, so we can definitely say that we're kind of like, goofy in the beginning, but the effortless effort is starting to kick in. 6 hitters. I am going to attempt my first round of, let's aim for 5 consecutive. Oh, no, wait, I got to do I'll do the signature after the national exam. The national exam basically is up and down counts as 1. I will try to, at first, perform, how many did I do last time? 4?
You did 4 consecutive.
I'm going to try to beat those 4 now. Okay, let's see if I can do that.
Ooh, close.
Okay, well, at least I did the 5.
It's 6.
Okay, your turn.
I was at 6 hits. 1, 2, 3.
Oh no, Coach Sergio has to go back to 0 hitters. Do I attempt to beat 6?
I think you start at 4 so you can get a 10. Right?
Well, the thing is that this has to be done at once. So my record so far is 6. This is going to take a while. Why don't you complete your hitters first? Four hitters. I'm going to do only 1 attempt. There we go.
It bounced like
You got it, right?
yeah.
Good. So, he didn't cheat, I know. Okay, so you're moving on to your small exam. Just once up, all the way up. So, foot, knee, palm, fist, header, complete. Second, well, actually, first attempt now for the big exam for Coach Sergio. Take it away, Coach Sergio. 1 does not a count. Okay. Go again. Yes, this limit over here is definitely a challenge. How many attempts did it take you last time?
A lot.
Was 10 something like that, right? What was that?
2 times.
2 times. Well, do you think that practice makes perfect?
Yes, it does.
Good. So last time we said one little quote. Practice, well, actually, don't practice until you get it right. So, again, there is no such thing as like absolute perfection. Imperfect is the perfect. So it will always take time and it will always take efforts to achieve something. But the more you do it, the better you'll be performing it every single time. So you have to maintain it, okay? So it's not just like, I need to do 3 of those. 3, done, okay, I'm gonna forget about this, I'm gonna never do it again just because I achieved it once. Well, it's not a world record that I wanna set, it's something that I wanna get better at and I wanna do it every time when I attempt to do 3 juggles, right? I wanna every time be able to do those 3 juggles. So you go ahead and take that challenge and place it right in front of you and take on it. All right? Would you do that, Coach Sergio?
Yes, I will.
All right, let's see how many you can do consecutively. Give it a shot. Don't butter that for a starter, okay? Okay, rules are rules. You can't use anything else besides what's in order. Okay, one more attempt, and then we go back to World Cup guessing. Let's go. Okay, taking this out for now, and then we're going to be back at it in just a little bit when we take a little bit of a mental break, and then Coach Sergio is going to try to do it again. All right, so I am bringing my little device over here, fairly little, but considered very powerful for the modern world. So I just asked you who was the champion in 1994.
Yes.
It's your turn to ask me who's the champion in 1998. Now, I was already getting into my conscious life, so let's see what I remember.
Okay. In 1998, the World Cup was held in France, and 32 teams played in this cup. Who were the champions?
How many teams played on the 1994?
94?
Wasn't it 32 again?
It was 24.
Okay. 1998, the first edition where we have 32 countries competing. It was held in France. Memorable year. Luis Nazario de Lima Ronaldo, he was in the spotlights that year. I don't know if you know that story, but he was heavily injured, especially towards the end of the tournament. And everybody wanted him to play, but he wasn't quite ready. He was actually injured, badly. He wasn't going to start that game. And people, until today, they say that the only reason he came out on the pitch to play was because of his contract with Nike. So those are just speculations. We will never know if that was the real story or not. But Luis Nazario de Lima Ronaldo did go out and he did play in that final. He was competing for Brazil, and Brazil faced the host of that 1998 World Cup final. Brazil lost 0-3 to the host of the tournament. That's what I recall. So France was the champion of that year with 2 goals by Zinedine Zidane and 1 goal by, well, I don't remember that. This is the year when Zidane got the Ballon, I believe, for like the best player of the tournament in the year. Is my guessings right?
Yes, France are indeed the champions of the 1998 World Cup. Runner-ups was Brazil, 3rd place Croatia, and 4th place was the Netherlands.
Yeah, solid years. Well, I think my turn to ask. 2002, the next edition of the World Cup took place in Korea and Japan. I remember that very brightly too. I even remember the opening game between, wasn't it Turkey and Brazil? Probably, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
But I think so. Who do you think the champion is in the 2002 edition?
So, Brazil won it 5 times in total, and we already mentioned 4. And I know for a fact that they won in 2002 against France, I believe, or no? Well, Brazil won that World Cup.
Yes, Brazil did win that cup. I remember that very clearly too, because I also watched the final, and I watched generally the whole performance. Brazil won against Germany 2-0 with 2 goals by the same player that we mentioned in the last edition. He was on the spotlights, Luis Nazario de Lima Ronaldo. He was the goal scorer, the top goal scorer of that tournament, I believe, with 7 or 8 goals. And he did manage to score twice in the final against the very, best at the time, Oliver Kahn. You probably remember this guy, right? He was a diving cat. He was, yes.
Wall.
So yeah, Brazil won that year, 2002. They played in the group with Turkey and Costa Rica and China. So Turkey went through the group stage alongside Brazil, and Turkey was third place. Turkey took third place, and South Korea, the host country, took fourth place after losing 3-2. And that's actually one of the the fastest goals in a World Cup edition. In the 9-second, Hakan Şükür from Turkey scored against South Korea in the opening of the game. So yeah, that's what I recall. Your turn to ask for 2006, I think, yeah?
In 2006, the World Cup was held in Germany. 32 teams played in that cup. Who were the champions?
Okay, a little more history against, comes back to head. So very conscious years too. I was in my mid-teens, high school, fun times. Italy played France in the final, and Italy won in penalties.
Yep.
Well, it really costed a lot to France because their absolute leader, the Ballon d'Or carrier from 1998, Zinedine Zidane, was sent off with a red card, and was it the extra time? I'm not sure.
I think it was.
He was sent off with a red card for doing something very bizarre at the time. How do they call that? He headbutted Marco Materazzi from the Italian national team. There's also many conversations about how this happened and why it happened. But yeah, Italy took the champions title of the 2006. Your turn to guess. Okay, now 2010, 4 years forward, we're going to South Africa. Who's the champion?
The finals was played with Spain against Netherlands, and Spain took home the World Cup with a goal from Iniesta in extra times.
That was a solid game. I was rooting for Netherlands, truth being told right now, but I was not unhappy when Spain won. I mean, they deserved it because they really played hard, and Iniesta came with that crazy goal, just like they saw it coming, just like bouncing. He volleyed that thing, and it was right on top of the fingertips of who was the goalkeeper for Netherlands back then? It wasn't Sar, was it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Anyway, Spain is the champion indeed from the 2010 World Cup.
In 2014, the host country was Brazil. Who do you think won?
Brazil didn't.
They for sure did not.
Sorry guys, it was a little embarrassing, I know. But those guys that you lost to, they kind of deserved the win. It was a hard one. Germany took the 2014 World Cup home.
Yes, they did. Germany played against Argentina in the final, and Götze was subbed on, I believe it was in extra time, and he scored the winning goal in the final minutes of the game.
Putting those fresh feet after the 90th minute, well, it's a game changer. So yeah, that's what I recall too, and that's the year which, it could possibly have been Lionel Messi's year. Unfortunately, it was not. So now we're moving on to the last edition, and 2018. It was held in, let me try to remember. It was in Russia indeed. Okay, thank you. It was in Russia. Why am I even questioning? I know this guy knows the answer. Who's the champion?
The champion was France in that game.
Who did they play?
They played against, why am I having a hard time remembering?
They suspended the very same team 20 years earlier on the semifinal. Team that defeated Netherlands for the third place.
Oh, Croatia.
Indeed. Croatia played the final against France in the 2018 edition, which was exactly 20 years after the first France title. Okay, so now this being said, I think that we will have an easier time to remember all these champions going back. We're not going to go over this now. We're going to go over it next time to refresh our memory. So we'll see if we remember all the champions starting from 1930 all the way to 2018. Who's the champion in 2022?
Who knows?
Who knows? Okay, we don't know yet because that's kind of like a year from now. If any of you performs time traveling, well, you probably do know. I cannot claim anything like that, but maybe one day when, you know, right now, who can possibly invent something like that? Elon Musk? I don't know, would you say so? Either way, okay, so we are moving back to another attempt with the ball to try to beat that at least one repetition of a national soccer exam. So here we go, Coach Sergio, take it away.
Am I still in my boundary?
You can use,
The two?
yes. Yes, it's on. Yes. Okay. That was at least a full performance of it, right? Okay. One more challenge. Let's do two. Let's do two full ones. Place your bets on Coach Sergio. There it is. There it is. Oops. Gotta keep things in order. Foot, knee, palm, fist, and then header.
I always get confused on the palm fist.
Concentrate. You got this, Coach Sergio. Okay, let's keep going. Oops. Okay, we were actually on the road to kick that one. Okay, let's go again, let's go again, let's go again. Excellent so far, okay? It takes the practice, it might get frustrating, but gotta keep going. Oh, he had to go for the fist. Oops. Fall. Coach Sergio. Coach Sergio. He's on it. He's on it. He's on it. Okay, now that was the farthest he's ever done so. Okay, I think he's getting close. He's getting close. Okay, let's go. The moment when you start thinking, when the hard work starts to pay off.
It's always like this.
Let's go, coach. You got this. I know you do. I really appreciate your hard work. This really matters, okay? This really, really means a lot. So let's go. Let's keep going. Let's do this. It's a foot. It's a knee. It's a palm. It's a fist. It's a header. Another header. Fist. Palm. Knee. Foot. Another foot. Knee. You got it. You got it. Fist. Yes. Keep going. Keep going. All right. So here we go. Now this is how hard work pays off. Well done, coach. Okay, now, why praising a great play is important? Can you tell us, Coach Sergio?
You know, before you were cheering me on, I was getting confused a lot. But when you started saying, like, the order for me, it made it a lot clearer to me what I need to do next. When you said header, fist, I always get confused with my palm and fist. So when you said fist, I knew exactly what to do.
Mentioning the right way of going for it, recognizing that right attitude, and you get some good results. He's breaking a sweat, by the way. So let's give a round of applause for Coach Sergio right here. Nicely done. All right. So praise great play is what is important when you recognize something good in your teammates or yourself or your peers, whether that's on the soccer pitch, basketball pitch, on the baseball pitch, where outside of the sports. Okay, so make sure you do acknowledge when you see the positive side of things. It really means a lot to somebody who's doing it. We are about to wrap up the session shortly, but before that, we are going to attempt one more challenge. That challenge would be for Coach Sergio to perform one full up and back, and when he finishes it, he passes it to me, and I have to perform one full and back. So we got to keep the ball in the air at all times without dropping it down. Let's see if we can do that. Me too? Oh. Okay. You can totally do as many juggles as you want when you are ready to start. As long as you bring it up and down. So we are on one failed attempt. Woo! We got this. We challenged for one. Next time we will challenge for two.
Nice.
This is all from us, Coach Rado,
Coach Sergio.
Street Soccer USA, 6th week, praise great play. Next week we are talking about the strategic side of things. We will talk about planning, okay? Play the plan. What does that mean to you guys? What does it mean to us? How can we all bring it together on the table, analyze it, and take the most of it? Thank you so much. See you next time.
Hi kids, hey Marquise. This is Jennifer Green from the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy. and I'm here at Land's End in San Francisco. Today is Booker T's first Nature Boost. Did you know that we have thousands of acres of national parklands right in our city? Like at Ocean Beach, or Crissy Field, or here at Land's End, or across the bay, even in all the Marin Headlands. I bet you live close to a city park. Did you know that we have over 220 city parks in San Francisco? And you may not know that every one of us lives 10 minutes walk from one of those parks. Okay, here's my last question. Who do you think owns those parks? You're right, you do. So get outside and get into one of your parks. Or simply get outside just to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. Then come back and enjoy another awesome Booker T program. See you next time for another Booker T Nature Boost.